I think I got rid of that command. I think I got rid of that command because I'm just gonna like, I'll just time people out if they get annoying. Let's see. And I'm using stream elements now. Well, I got my parlay for today, right? My 15 leg Major League Baseball parlay. That if I get all of them right, I think I'll win 600 today. Let me check. Other than that, I'm gonna be watching YouTube videos that are in my watch later playlist. I don't know what I've been watching political stuff lately. Economic stuff. So I'm probably gonna do that for most of the stream. And of course read chat. If chat's interesting. Yeah, off of a dime. Not yet, but I will. Have you seen this command yet, Cosmosis? I don't know if I don't know if I've shared. I don't know if I've shared that command with you. Let's see, I could win 900 today. Holy shit! Yeah. Yeah. $500,000, yes. Yes, 500K. I was 2 months away from $500,000. But instead I gave up all money to a church and became homeless. That's the truth. I was 2 months away from $500,000. That's the truth. Yeah. That's God for you. That's the church for you. 2 months away from $500,000. 100% truth. Yeah. I'm still pretty pissed about it, obviously. So. No. Well, what do you mean? Did it just no? I sold it before it was worth $500,000. Like I put 4,700 in. I had to pay bills because God told me to quit my job. So I sold it to pay bills. And then 2 months later, it was worth $500,000. So if I would have waited 2 more months, I could have sold it for $500,000. If I would have disobeyed God and waited 2 months, I'd have $500,000. Plus, I'd of course reinvest it and stuff, but I missed out on it because I did what God told me to do. So God cost me $500,000. That's the truth. So yeah, don't really like him that much. Not a fan of God. Not at all. Not after that. $500,000 is a lot of money. And not only that, I was homeless for a short period of time after. So, not a fan. Not a fan of the Lord. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, not a fan. Especially when I lost $500,000. Not a fan. Well, thankfully family found out and it wasn't that long, but I just walked the streets pretty much in the rain. I just walked the streets in the rain and that's pretty much it. But I lost my cat. Obviously. Lost my car. I was able to keep the computer. But really the main thing was I just losing $500,000, like, just that's inexcusable. Like I'll never do anything for the church again. I'll never do anything for the church again. You know, and not only that, you know, nobody was like sympathetic towards me. Like the problem is everybody just they covet the rich. First of all, the Bible says thou shalt not covet. It's a commandment. Most people they covet the rich anyway. So they're literally sinning. The communist political position is a gigantic worship of sin. Number one. Number two, when you give that much money away, when you lose, because I gave a pound of gold away to a church. You know how much that's worth right now? $80,000. So just imagine that you give $80,000 away to a church. Here you go. Nobody gives a fuck about that. They don't give you a goddamn thing for that. Nobody cares. Do you know why? Because they're covetous that you even had the money to begin with to give away. They don't give a fuck that you gave a pound of gold away. So when you have the money, they're like, oh, you being greedy, you gotta give it away, greedy. And then when you give it away and become homeless for it, nobody gives a fuck at all. So fuck them. They don't give a fuck that you done that. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck that you lost $500,000. Like I literally could have had $500,000 if I would have kept my money and not given it away. Nobody cares. So, fuck them too. Like this has completely changed my perspective on people and money. Yeah. You're damn straight, wow. You damn straight. Brother, that's not the way to think about it. For the love of God, please read Rothbard. For the love of God. That doesn't mean that gold and silver are more valuable. That means your dollar's worth less. I can't stand it. That means your dollar's losing value. It doesn't mean that gold and silver is becoming more valuable. It means your dollar's worth less. That's what that means. So yeah, it will keep going up, but if you're one of those idiots that buys gold and silver to sell it for dollars later, you're a moron. Like if you think that like, oh wow, gold's more valuable now than it was back then. No, you're an idiot and you're going to lose everything because you're a fucking moron. That's not the way it works. You're fucking idiots. That is not the way it works. What that means is your dollar is worth a lot less than it was 10 years ago. That's why gas is $4 a gallon instead of a dime like it was in the 50s. Yes, it is. So you do not measure the value of gold and silver in terms of dollars. Treat gold and silver as inherently valuable. Ignore the dollar price of gold. No. Don't think of it that way. Don't think of it that way. Think of it this way. The dollar price of gold and silver is going to continue to increase because of the Federal Reserve. Therefore, the best time to buy gold is in the past. The second best time is now. It's always the right time to buy gold and silver. Always. It's right now is the best time. Always. Is it as good as it was yesterday? No. Is it going to be worse in the future? Yes. Buy it now. Buy gold and silver now. Period. That's your savings. Period. Your dollar is going to become worth less and less and less and less and less. Because they keep printing more, or don't even print anymore, but they keep creating more and more and more and more and more. What about them? What about them? Like investing in the mines? I mean, maybe. I think there's... I don't think that's a bad idea. The question is... Here's the problem. Well, the government back in the 30s, I think it was 33, America made it illegal to own gold. So they confiscated people's gold, right? So the question about the mines is there going to be, and I do believe there will be, but is there going to be future legislation that makes it illegal to mine gold and silver? For coinage. Like maybe they'll say, oh, you can mine gold and silver for computers, but you can't mine gold and silver for coin, because they want people to stay on the fiat currency, because that's how the bankers make their money. They just create the money and spend it, and then it inflates all the prices in the economy and causes people to have to liquidate, and it fucks up everybody else. But they get the money first, so they get to spend it on the new stuff. They get the benefit because they spend it first. So as far as it's probably a good investment, but with any investment, I can probably go to jail for this because I don't have a license, but with any investment, you need to realize that the Federal Reserve is going to fuck you up. They're going to fuck you up. They're gonna distort the economy. They're going to create signals that the market is going to think are good signals, and they're going to overinvest in certain things. And then once the Fed stops printing money because prices are going up so much, then the people are going to realize, wait a minute, we invested in something that there's not a market for. The money increase was because there was more money being printed in the economy, but the demand for what we invested in is not there. Now we have to sell it and liquidate. I mean... maybe. I mean, the main thing I think that's affecting the price of gold and silver, as far as manipulation is concerned, is the fact that governments buy gold and silver. The fact that Fort Knox is full of gold, the fact that all the governments in the world have gold, that you know, reduces the supply that people can buy gold at. But, you know, as far as being manipulated, I mean, maybe, but, you know, the more the government's involved, like if it's just on the market working things, I don't really, it's not a big deal. Whatever the market price is fine. Like whatever but the problem is the dollar price is going to keep increasing. You know, when I bought my gold, you know how much it was an ounce? I think I paid like $1,900 an ounce when I started. Right? Not even it wasn't even $2,000 an ounce. Right now it's over $5,000 an ounce because they keep creating more dollars and everything is getting more expensive. So that's what you need to be afraid of, you know. But what I'm saying is buy it now because the price is going to go up and it's just going to get more expensive. Like, you know, back when I bought an ounce of gold, it was $1,900. Now that same ounce of gold, it's going to take you $5,000 to buy it, the same ounce, because the dollars are worth a lot less. It takes a lot more of something that's worthless to buy something that's worth something. So if you can't afford gold, buy silver. Just buy gold and silver. I mean, that's what I would say. I mean, you know, because they just have the longest track record of what's money. I mean, if you go back to the 1800s, people were using fucking gold and silver. If you go back to, you know, it's the most stable currency the world's ever seen. I mean, I don't know about, I mean, if you want to buy palladium or other platinum or precious metals, that's fine. No, I do not like Bitcoin. Bitcoin was actually, let me explain why I don't like Bitcoin, and then I'll explain how Bitcoin actually helped me make money. Why do I not like Bitcoin? Okay, number one reason I don't like Bitcoin is effectively, now listen, everyone's going to say that I'm wrong, but they're wrong. I've studied economics for 15 years at this point. I know what I'm talking about. Bitcoin is essentially the same, effectively the same as Ethereum, Dogecoin. All the cryptocurrencies are basically the same. I don't care about the technical differences between the hashes or what. I don't care. They're all effectively the same. And so, when a new, first of all, it's not, I mean, is there a cost to creating a currency? Sure. But it's not that difficult. Theoretically, you can have a bunch of different types of these things. They're basically just math problems. You have to you create a code that has math problems that you solve through, you know, you hash them out or whatever. And you have to have these graphics cards to do the calculations, and it solves the problem, and boom, there's your Bitcoin. That's basically how it works. It's an artificial creation by nerds, which is fine, okay. But it's an artificial creation by nerds in which you solve math problems and that's the only way that you can receive the hashes or whatever they are, okay? And so the first time that someone made Bitcoin, they said, okay, we're going to have whatever the number was. I don't know what it was, how many Bitcoin they created. I don't know the number, 15 million, I don't know. And the theory was, well, there's an artificial number. You have to have scarcity to have value. Gold is scarce. Even if they find new mines, technically it's limited by nature. You can't just, alchemy doesn't work. It's limited by nature. Paper and trees, you can grow trees all the time. I mean, over, 80 years, you're going to have another tree to cut down to make paper. And there's so much paper, paper's worthless money. The theory was, with crypto, with Bitcoin, we're going to artificially create a set number, and that's going to give it scarcity and value. Well, guess what? Someone else comes up with another cryptocurrency, and they do the same thing. They say, oh, we're going to give, within this cryptocurrency, let's say Ethereum, we're going to have this amount in there. And then with this cryptocurrency, Dogecoin will have this amount. And, you have to calculate, there's a cost because you have to calculate it, whatever. The problem is that effectively, now nerds are going to not understand this. Effectively, they're all the same. They're essentially the same. If they do the same thing, they have the same upsides, if you will, or the same qualitative purposes, right? Like, technologically they're the same. You can almost argue that they're like one money supply. So for that reason, that's one reason I'm not a big fan of Bitcoin or crypto. That's one reason. Because if you can keep creating more of them, and you can exchange Bitcoin for Ethereum or whatever, but the overall value of crypto as a whole, I think, is going to lose incremental value because there's so many of them. Theoretically, you could have an infinite number of cryptocurrency so that they all essentially are the same. Like, oh, they're different. No, they're not. They're all essentially the same. They're mathematical equations, and they effectively are the same. Even if there's differences, they're very similar. They're similar enough that you can consider them all one money. Notice how it's called cryptocurrency, right? Or currencies. They're all crypto. There's something about them that makes the nature of them the same. Therefore, the more of them that are created, Like, here's a new crypto that's developed, and here's another crypto that's developed, and here's another crypto, and they just keep creating different types of cryptocurrencies. Theoretically, in my opinion, they're all the same naturally. And the more that's created, the less valuable they become. Now, I know somebody's going to say, well, it's like government currency. You can trade against them. I don't see it that way. The value that you find in Bitcoin is the same that you're going to find in Ethereum, meaning its usefulness is how it's used, right? How secure it is, and how easy it is, and how untraceable it is, and how scarce it is. There's only a certain amount of Ethereum. There's only a certain amount of Bitcoin. They're essentially the same money. And so as more people create more of these, as a whole, they're going to become worth less. Because you can try to set up an artificial cap on how many crypto are there to try to make it valuable. That's fine. But when another nerd comes around and makes another crypto, and then another nerd makes another type of crypto, and then another nerd makes it, and you just keep doing it, effectively it becomes one giant thing. Now I understand you can trade Ethereum for Bitcoin. If Bitcoin's going down and Ethereum's going up, you can trade. I get that. But I really think they're so similar in their nature that they're all one. And as a whole, the value of them is going to go down, because not in terms of dollars. I'm not talking about in terms of dollars. Let's talk about in terms of gold. How many Bitcoin for a gold coin? That's where you're going to measure the value of Bitcoin. You could say, and if you wanted to use the dollar, maybe you could. Like, okay, we'll use the dollar price of Bitcoin, the dollar price of gold. Or how are the percentages? Okay, fine. Maybe you could do that. But I don't think cryptocurrency is a good idea, because they can keep creating new ones. It'll make them less valuable over time. It's like the dollar. They keep making dollars. They keep printing them. So $1 becomes worth a lot less. If they keep developing different cryptocurrencies, the cryptocurrency that you have becomes worth less, because there's more out there as a whole. So I personally don't like crypto. That's one reason I don't like crypto. Another reason I don't like crypto is because I believe that crypto is going to be involved in the Antichrist. You think I'm crazy? Well, if you read the book of Revelation, it says that there's going to come a time when you can't sell without the mark of the beast, right? You have to get a mark on your hand and in your forehead, or else you cannot buy or sell, according to the book of Revelation. I think that this technological currency, this electronic currency, is going to be part of that. Now, technically, we're already in an electronic currency. The banks are effectively an electronic currency. The banks do not have the reserves let's say there's a bank. Everybody's using this bank, and the total amount of money that people have from this bank. Oh yeah, I did. I'll mention that. Yes, I did. I quadrupled my money from Bitcoin. Not from Bitcoin. Let's put it this way. Here's what I did. I'll explain how I made money from Bitcoin in a roundabout way. I took $7,500. This is where the gold. I want to type this again. This is where the gold command comes in. You see where it says I have 4 times my money in Nvidia? I invested into Nvidia because of Bitcoin, because you have to have the graphics cards in order to mine Bitcoin. Graphics cards are giant calculators. People were filling their basements with these graphics cards or calculators in order to calculate the hashes and mine the Bitcoin. And so they would have all these graphics cards running all the time in order to find Bitcoin, the math problem. Well, I saw that and I said, wait a minute. These graphics cards are going to go up because crypto is going to go up. People are going to become more interested in crypto. They're going to be more interested in mining Bitcoin or whatever. And so I invested in the people that made the graphics cards, Nvidia. I started investing in 2018. I put $7,500 in there. By 2022, the $7,500 turned into $32,500. I multiplied my money. That was the first time. that I made money in the stock market. The second time I didn't get to capitalize because I missed out on the $500,000. But the first time, it took 7,500, turned into 32.5 in 4 years. So, but losing the $500,000 just soured me on the whole thing. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm not doing this again. If I have to give all my money to a church, I'd rather not have money. It's just bullshit. Well, here's the thing. It wasn't. So here's what I would have done. Here's what I would have done. Assuming that God didn't tell me to give it away. Okay, whatever. Let's just assume. So what I would have done was I would have cashed out on the $500,000, and I would have had that. Just, you know, I would have had that. How much of that would I have reinvested? Okay, first thing, I would have kept the pound of gold that I had, and I would have bought more gold, because gold is how you preserve value over time. Gold is your savings. Consider that your savings. How much of that 500,000 would I have wanted to have saved? I'm actually curious. I'm gonna work this out. The way I would think about it is, how much time could I buy with $500,000, right? So if I were to take that $500,000, if I were to divide that by the best paying jobs in my area, that's like 11 years worth of free time if I just lived off of that and didn't work, right? Roughly speaking. So considering that, how much of that would I have put away? I think I probably would have put away four years worth into savings. So that means out of the 500K, I would have tried, you're gonna think I'm crazy, I would have tried to have bought $180,000 worth of gold. Think I'm crazy. But I would take 180,000 of that and save it, and I would try to accumulate gold over time, whatever the price was. I would convert that into gold. So at today's prices, let's assume the price is like 5,500 an ounce. That'd give me 32 ounces plus, let's call it 33 plus the 16 I gave away. I would have about 50. I would have 49 ounces of gold. And then let's call it 50. Let's make it easy. 50 ounces of gold. And then you take the 500,000, subtract 180. That would give me 320,000 to kind of, that would have been my spending cash, play around with whatever. Out of the 320,000, what would I have done with it? I wouldn't have bought a lot of stuff. I don't care about stuff. I'm not a stuff guy. Just give me an Accord, Honda Accord. Give me, I don't even care, a trailer, an apartment. I don't care. I don't need a big house. A house is major upkeep. I don't fucking like to work on shit. I'd rather stay in an apartment and call the landlord, come fix it. So I wouldn't have spent on cars. I wouldn't have spent it on a house. I would have already had like 50 ounces of gold. I wouldn't need more gold. So what would I have done with the 320,000? Assuming that I didn't have to give it away. I mean, since I was charitable the first time, this is kind of a moot point. And since I was charitable the first time, I didn't have the chance to be charitable the second time. So if I wasn't charitable the first time, I wouldn't have been charitable the first time. All I'm saying is, if I had the money, I probably wouldn't have given it to charity, because I already gave to charity the first time and ended up homeless. You know, like, whatever. I'll assume I didn't give any to charity, which, whatever. Assume that it's going to be all for selfish reasons or whatever. I mean, whatever. Honestly, I would have invested more of that. I mean, honestly, with that much, out of the 320,000, first, I would have traveled first. I definitely would have traveled a little bit, right? I don't know, just visit some places. And when I got back from traveling, let's say I spent, I don't know how much it is to travel. Let's say 20 grand. That'll make the math. Let's say I spent 20 grand traveling. Easy. Just to make the math easier. That's 300,000. How much of that 300,000 would I have reinvested? That's really the question. Into different stuff. And the answer to that, I don't think I would have put 100 grand. Would I put 50 grand? Would I put 75 grand? Honestly, at the max, I would have reinvested 75 grand into stuff at the max, just whatever I felt like would do good. Minimum, I would have reinvested 20,000. So average that out. Like 50, I would have reinvested 50,000 in different stuff. So that would have left me, 250,000 and 50,000 just reinvested in shit. And my track record's pretty good. My track record's pretty good. The first time, if I quadrupled, so that 50,000 would turn into 200,000. If I'm just 75,000 quadrupled to be 300,000. I'm not saying I'll quadruple every time. I'm just saying I've got a good track record. I did better than quadruple the second time. I did 100 times the second time. The first time was a quadruple. The second time was 100-fold. So I think I would probably just keep trying to make it grow. But the problem is God's going to make me give it away anyway. It's like, that's what he did the first time. It's like, he's just going to make me give it away, so what's the point? That's the way I look at it. And somebody's going to say, wow, but you get to help people in need. Yeah, but then I was in need. Like, what's the point of giving to somebody in need if it makes me in need? That doesn't make any sense. You're just swapping the need. How is that like this moral, holy thing to do? Or I take away your need, and now I'm in need. I don't get it. I don't get it. I still don't understand what happened. Why that was so necessary for God to take away my gold and $500,000. I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to me. When I ended up homeless, I don't get it. So now it's like, well, fuck, if I make money again, he's just going to take it away from me, so what's the point? I don't see the point. Personally. If I can keep it, yeah, I see the point. If I can actually do what I want to with it, like I wasn't able to the first time. I didn't get to do what I wanted to do with the gold. I was just going to hold on to it. Let it, for emergencies. That was my emergency fund. Well, I didn't get to use it for my emergency. So what's the fucking point? I had an emergency. I didn't get to use it because the church had it. So, what's the fucking point of doing that again? Keeping it? I don't see a point in it. I don't see a point in doing that again. If God's just going to demand me give it away again, which I believe he will, I'd rather just not even have it. Truthfully, I'd rather not even have it again. That's the God's honest truth. Like, seriously, that's the truth. I wasn't allowed to keep it. Why would I want it again? That way I'm not allowed to keep it again? Like, fuck's that. I need some more water. I'll be right back. I'm back. Net worth? Here, I'll type it in the chat for you. Ready? There's my net worth. Oh boy. Actually, more than that. Also, the pound of gold I lost. Right now, it's actually more like this. It's more like 580,000 negative. That's more accurate. It's a little bit more than that, but that's close enough. That's my net worth. It's not that funny, dude. Oh, whatever. No, that's the church and charity for you. If you give all your money to a church, you end up homeless. That's the lesson I learned. So I don't recommend it to anybody. Don't recommend it. Don't donate to charity. Don't give your money away. You'll end up homeless. I'm living proof. All the poor people that have never done it, they don't understand. I've done it. I've been rich. I gave my money away. I was homeless. I understand. I do not recommend doing it. Just put it in a trust fund and give it, just do whatever, just let people do whatever they want to with it when you die. That's the best way. Don't give it away while you're alive, because you'll end up homeless. Living proof. Man, the parlay's not doing too good today. Let's see, bottom of the third, the Orioles are down by 2. And the Mariners are fucking me up. The Mariners are down by 3 in the top of the 4th. The Reds are down by 1, bottom of the 3rd. That fucked me up. Those are the 3 I've got wrong so far. Game's not over yet, but it's not looking good. So, Jesus don't want me having money. That's my conclusion. He wants the church to have money, not me. A dime. Yeah. A dime. The lowest you can bet is a dime at a time. Yep, I do it every day. If I get every game right, then I would win DraftKings. I use DraftKings. Now this is low actually. If I got them all right, I'd win $900. I literally had one a couple of days ago that if I got them all right, here it is. If I got all these right, it would have paid $45,000 off of a dime. Now, of course, I didn't get it, but yeah, $45,000 off of a dime. Yeah, I mean, it depends on who you pick and what they set the odds to, but I could have had 45 grand off of a dime. I know. What sport is it? I pretty much only bet baseball. I pretty much only bet baseball. The $45,000 parlay, it was Major League Baseball. I had the Knicks, they lost. And then I bet on Asian baseball too. So I had Japanese baseball and I had Korean baseball. So I had 4 different sports in this parlay. Sometimes I'll do here's the problem. First of all, I only want to bet on sports that I actually like. Like I like baseball. I used to like baseball. I like to bet on. I'll bet on all the baseball. Hockey is really freaking hard to bet on. I don't want to bet on hockey. Football, they don't let you parlay. It's a pain in the ass. And that really leaves basketball. I mean, you've got lacrosse and some other stuff, okay. But that really leaves basketball. The problem with betting on basketball is that there are, well, before I get to basketball, you can also bet on women's tennis. If you want to win, just bet on women's tennis. You won't win that much, but you'll win. But the problem with basketball is that there's so many different leagues. It's just kind of it's a pain. Like, all right, the number of leagues that are listed here, I'm just gonna name all the men's leagues that are listed here. You got the NBA. You got the Argentina Liga Nacional de Basketball. You got the Australian League. You got another Australian League. You got a Chilean League. There's college basketball, okay. You got a Dominican League. El Salvador League. You got a French League. There's actually there's another French League. There's 10. A German League. Israeli League. Italian League. Lebanon League. New Zealand. Puerto Rico. Portugal. Spain. Philippines. That's 19 fucking leagues to bet on. And even if you're betting a dime a piece, it's like, let me just click on one of these. Hell, I might be able to show you. Yeah, why not? I'll show you. Make sure I'm not gonna leak anything. I think we're good. Let's see. Come on, man. Oh my God. I have to send a freaking text message just to log in. There it is. Okay. Yeah. Log me in. Hurry up. God damn. All right, we good? I logged in? Okay. So you'll get to see how much money I have in the fucking thing, whatever. So let's go to sports. Let's go to basketball. Let's go to view all. Let's just say I was going to do this today. Okay, so the NBA, we know it's almost over. Argentina. I mean, it's just too much to keep up with. Like, it's too much. So let's say we were going to do a bunch of basketball parlays. There's one game tonight at 8 in Argentina. Okay, don't know anything about the teams. Who would I pick? Probably the 3.5, right? I'd probably pick the money line on that one, okay? And that's Argentina. Didn't we go to Australia? We got to click here. And this is only men's. This doesn't even count women's. Go to the men's. Tomorrow at midnight, okay, 1.5 spread. The money line's even. I'd probably take the money line on the 1.5. You know. And then you have to go to another Australian league. Right click. Go here. And you want to make sure the times, like, you want them all to finish at the same time. Like, all right. Or you want them all to finish within a 24-hour period. That's what I'm saying. So we got 11:30. Okay, I'd probably take the 7.5 team. Then you got midnight. I'd probably take the 3.5 team. And the problem is I don't know anything about these teams, and it's hard as fuck to bet on them. Midnight 2.5. Yeah. Midnight 1.5. See, I might actually pick the underdog there. No. The problem is you actually have to fucking win. If I bet $5, listen. You know how many more times I'm able to bet? It's like, listen. If I get a dime right, first of all, if I'm going to make buku, I'm going to do the stock market. I've proven that, first and foremost. Second of all, you know how many times Well, there's I can bet for $5. Okay, I can do 500 parlays at a dime a piece. 500. If you hit all of them right, I'm just saying, crazy. You win $500 here, $1,000 here, 45, whatever. I can bet way more often at a dime and still make good money if I get it right. $5, you know, you're just throwing away your money. Like, oh wow, you could win $1 million. Yeah, but you're increasing your odds by betting more. You know, like, look. Well, shit, I shouldn't have done that. Hold on, I don't want to do that. Wait a minute. That's going to show stuff I don't want to show. Give me a second. Okay, we're back. Like, the dime pays out plenty, and you get to bet a whole fucking lot. Like, if you like the number of, all right, let's say I wanted to do, there's so many basketball leagues and teams that, let's say I wanted to bet every day, I wanted to bet all these baseball leagues, I can do that. Let's say that'll take 2 bets. That would be $10. With college baseball, it might make it $15. Throw in the NBA, well, maybe we're still at $15. Now, if you want to add all the baseball leagues, I've thought about that, but number one, I've proven I can make buku money without options. That's first and foremost. Number two, the more I've looked into options, I really fucking hate them. They're so fucking complicated and annoying. And listen, I'm going all Warren Buffett here. You know, Warren Buffett's kind of old school. I'm old school too. Just give me the fucking stock. Let me wait a set amount of years and see where the fuck I'm at. The point is, you want to buy a stock that's going to be valuable in the future. That's all you're doing. Options are way too complicated. Way too complicated. I've watched tons of videos about how to do it, and I'm not interested in that. I'm just not interested in that. I would rather do the gambling, because at least it's fun. I mean, I could win $500 in a day, or $1,000 a day, or $45,000 a day in a day, or $4,500 in a day. Options are way too fucking complicated. Okay, so I'm going to bet a call that in a week, you know, the price is going to go up. But so I'm buying the right, but not the obligation to do it. So if it expires out of the money, then I'm good. If it's in the money, then I'm going to execute the option and sell the call and make it. You know, like, it's just, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't need to do that. I've made $500,000 without options. You know, I don't need to do that. If you like it, do it, but I hate it. The more I look into it, I'm like, I hate this shit. Okay, so I'm gonna buy a put on whatever. Wait in 2 weeks, the price is gonna be lower. And if it's not lower, then I'm just gonna let it expire. But then if you execute the option, I can't figure out, I don't understand, like, when you're actually on the hook for the stock itself. You know, because you're selling, first of all, you're selling 100 fucking shares. You know, it's just a pain in the ass. Just give me the stock. Like, the problem is, you've got the contracts, and then you've got the actual stock itself. And sometimes if you buy the contract themselves, you're on the hook for the fucking stock itself. It's like you have to have the money to buy the stock and the option, both. Like, why? Like, let me just buy the fucking stock and wait. That's fine with me. Just pick a fucking stock that you think's gonna go up and wait. Wait at least 4 years. Both times I waited 4 years. Waited 4 years on Nvidia, quadrupled my money. Waited 4 years on Advent. Was 2 months away from 100xing my money. I don't need options. I hate them. Don't need it. This is perfectly fine. I don't want options. Just give me stocks and give me. Yes, they did. And you know what the goddamn stock split was? I swear to God, it was 120. So for every one stock I had, I would ended up with 120. I don't remember how many stocks I had. I should probably look. They did 120 goddamn stock split that I missed out on by 2 fucking months because I gave all my money to a church. Yeah, that's where the fucking $500,000 came from. 120 stock split. I don't remember how many I had. No, it was more than 120. Shit, that scared me. It does, but it means they multiply the number of shares that you have by 120. Like they basically, what they do is, what they're trying to do, here's the way it works. When a company does a stock split, they're trying to induce more capital to their business. They're trying to get more people to buy. Now, if let's say when they do that, they don't want to make the current stockholders liquidate. So they make sure that you retain the value that you already had. So they basically, your share gets increased by whatever the stock split was. That way you're not like pissed off. So essentially your value gets multiplied by 120. Basically. Something to that effect. Because they don't want to piss off the people who bought the stock just because they're trying to get new people in. You know, they're trying to essentially reward you for giving them the capital initially and to incentivize you. Yes. 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 So 4,700 times 120. That's what it would have been. So let's do the math. 4,700 times 120. $564,000. Got it right there on my screen. That's what it would have been worth. That's why I got so pissed that I gave all my money away. Had to sell it early to pay my fucking bills. And then 2 months after that, it was worth $500,000. That's why I was so livid. Livid. I wouldn't care if I never stepped foot in another church. That's too much money to lose. That's too much money to lose just to go to church. Fuck that. I'm out. That's how much money, plus the pound of gold, which is worth 80 grand. So if you add 80 grand to that, then that's 644,000. That's what I would have had. That's not counting what other stocks I would have bought of that. I probably would invest, like I said, I would have invested more of that. So that's how much money I lost because of the church. Yeah. Directly because of God, I lost $600,000. $650. Let's just call it $650. $650,000 I lost because of Jesus. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that heavenly? Isn't that divine? Yeah, I don't think so. Not to mention the homelessness I had for a short period of time too. But thanks, Jesus. You did real. Thank you a lot. Thanks. I appreciate it. Nah, fuck off. That's what I say. Fuck you, Jesus. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's what I say. That's too much money to lose. Ended up homeless. And then get shown absolutely a big fat fucking zero appreciation for the money I gave to the church. Like, yeah. Yeah, they did. They did. They bought a ramp, which I was fine with. Listen, I was fine with that. The old ramp was like broken down. I was fine to help out the old people who needed the ramp, and the ramp was very expensive because the government, Federal Reserve, printing money, the prices were going up. I was fine with that. What I wasn't fine with was God telling me to quit my job, and then I had to sell stuff to pay my rent, and then in the process of selling that, I missed out on $500,000. And then I retroactively said, well, you know what? If I would have kept that goddamn gold, I would have had $500,000. That's what happened. I was like, well, fuck you. I'm keeping the fucking money next time. This is how you repay me. I give you a pound of gold, and then I lose $500,000. I lose my apartment. I lose my cat. I lose my car, and I end up homeless. Fuck you. I'm not doing a goddamn thing for you anymore, motherfucker. That's what I say. Fuck you. And I've been saying that ever since, because that's a lot of goddamn money to lose. And the thing about it is nobody fucking cares. You tell family, you tell friends, they don't care. You know why? Because they've never had that much money in their life. They don't know how to make that much money in their life. And they are covetous. Do you know what covetousness is? Here's the problem. Here's their problem. Here's everybody's problem. It's literally everybody's problem. There's whole political movements built on this. But here's the problem. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's. Right? Exodus 20, verse number 17. What is this? This is the commandments, right? We go here. Here he's speaking all the words. Here's the 10 commandments, as they're called. Thou shalt not have no other gods. Thou shalt not. Thou shalt not. Thou shalt not. Remember this. You should do this. 7th day is the Sabbath. Okay? Honor your father and mother. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Everybody loves these. And then you get down here. Thou shalt not covet. Everybody hates that verse. They hate it more than... No. They hate that verse. They hate that verse. Communists, that's what communism is. It's covetousness. I want my neighbor's house. I want my neighbor's riches. I want my neighbor's money. Even though they're literally breaking this commandment. And the problem is, it's not just the communists. It's everybody. When I try to explain to people what I did, they don't care. You know why? Because they covet the riches of other people. They covet my opportunities. They covet the money I had. They covet the billionaires. They covet others, and they have no empathy for anybody because they're covetous. And not only that, if you go to, they never condemn King Solomon either. That's another problem. Let's see. I don't remember which verse it is. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on, let me look it up. You don't see something crazy? Let's see. Let's try this. 1 Kings 10. All right, let's see. They never condemned Solomon. And she gave the king 120 talents of gold. Right? Let's see. How much is the biblical talent of gold? How much does it weigh? It weighs 75 pounds. Okay? Based on contemporary gold prices, a single biblical talent of gold is worth approximately $2.5 to $4.6 million. So let's be conservative here. Okay, let's say that it's 2.5 million for 1 talent of gold. Well, let's do some math here. This says 120 talents of gold. So we take 120, we multiply that by 2.5 million, conservative estimate. That's $300 million. So this woman, the Queen of Sheba, comes to Solomon and gives him the modern day equivalent of $300 million. Now, why does nobody point their finger at Solomon and say, oh, that's Solomon, he was greedy. Oh, that's Solomon. Nobody says that about Solomon. Nobody says that about Solomon. And as a matter of fact, look at this. Now, the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 606 talents of gold. That's 666 talents of gold. So you do the math. 666 talents, each talent 75 pounds. That's almost 50,000 pounds of gold. 49,950 pounds of gold. Now, 1 pound, a single biblical talent is worth 2.5 million. Well, guess what? We're going to take that 49,950 pounds, multiply that by 2,500,000, and that's 124 trillion. Listen to this. Using modern day US dollars, 124 trillion, 875 billion dollars. That was his income per year. Now, the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was almost 125 trillion dollars in modern dollars. Who is pointing their finger and wagging their finger at Solomon, saying, oh, that greedy Solomon. Oh, Solomon, he was so greedy. Nobody. Why? Why don't they? Why don't they? He was the richest man who ever lived. There'll never be a richer man. Nobody points their finger at him. Nobody says he's greedy. Why not? He's the richest man who ever lived. So people are really annoying and stupid. And I really don't want anything to do with them. And outside, first of all, I don't want anything to do with them outside of the internet, because there's a block button. Just block them, report them. If they escalate it, you report them, and whatever. But in the real world, it's not enjoyable to just deal with sinners. It's not. Am I a sinner? Sure. Doesn't mean I like sinners. Doesn't mean I want to deal with sinners either. Because number one, they all covet. They want to murder healthcare CEOs, and they want to murder and millionaires and billionaires, because they want what they have. All they have is bloodshed on their minds. It's like we're living in the days of Jeremiah, where he said the same thing. All they care about is doing evil. They want to kill people. Even though the Bible never, the only mentioning that it has about rich people was the parable of the rich man in hell, who had the poor man at his gate, and he wouldn't help the poor man, and they both died, and the poor man ended up in hell, the rich man ended up in hell, and the poor man ended up in heaven. And the rich man wanted water because he was burning in hell. Okay. People use that as evidence, as proof that rich people are going to hell. Well, if rich people are going to hell, then King Solomon is in hell. And there's not a single one of them that is willing to say that. They're not willing to say that. And if the opposite is true, not only do they say that rich people are in hell, they also say that ipso facto poor people are, and even Jesus was compassionate to poor people. Don't get me wrong, he was. He said, the poor you'll always have with you. You're supposed to help out the poor. Don't doubt that a bit. However, Judas only had 30 pieces of silver, which, how big were the pieces if you assume that they're an ounce? A couple $100, something like that. Judas received more condemnation than Solomon. Solomon had way more money. Judas experienced way more condemnation. But they never tell you that. All they see is millionaires and billionaires and trillionaires because they are covetous. They're breaking the commandment. They are sinners who should be ignored and avoided, and their political movement is sinful. It's no coincidence that the same communist coveters are also in support of homosexuality and gender swapping and all the rest of it. Why? Because sin begets sin, begets sin, begets sin, begets sin. If you're going to commit one sin, you're going to commit all of them. The whole movement is a sinful movement. The whole movement. But the problem is, the biggest problem is the covetousness. First, not only is it, first of all, it's economically ignorant. It's economically ignorant. And then when they try to teach economics, it's all through a veneer of covetousness. They want what other people have. And the Bible says, don't do that. Don't do that. And the reason why is because when you do that, you end up killing millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people. That's what happened under Stalin and Lenin and Mao. You had a bunch of covetous people who wanted there to be an uprising, and they trusted their leaders, and their leaders murdered them. It's not that hard to figure out, but they're so blinded by their own covetousness that they can't see that. All they see is, there's a really good book about this I'm going to show on screen. It's a really good book. I'm not a bot. Hurry up. Holy shit. Okay. This book right here is a phenomenal book. Make sure I'm not going to leak anything. This is a phenomenal book. It's called Envy, A Theory of Social Behavior by Helmut Schuck. This book does a really good job of explaining what essentially is the communist movement. In this book, he explains why so many countries are dirt poor. The reason that they're so dirt poor is because it takes capital investment to escape dirt poverty. You have to have savings, you have to have investment, you have to have entrepreneurial forecasting to predict what future demand will be. That's the only way to get out of poverty. Third world countries do not save and therefore do not invest in capital, because when they try to do so, their neighbors will rob them and kill them and steal their stuff. Communism 101. And that's why they're dirt poor. And the craziest thing about all of this, once again, and the entire communist movement is built upon this, it's built upon envy and covetousness. Same thing, really. But people aren't, it's like we're living in the Bible said, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. The problem is that, just like in the days of Noah, people are still covetous like they were back then. It might be worse now because there's more stuff. But the problem is sin that existed during the days of Noah also existed in the days of Jeremiah. And those same sins exist today. Today, the way that, at least in one of the ways they manifest themselves, is in covetousness and envy. Envy of productive people who've actually done things to make the world a better place. Envy of the millionaires, the billionaires, the trillionaires. Envy, 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 envy. Covetousness, covetousness, covetousness. It's just covetousness, covetousness, covetousness. That is the main problem. This to me is the biggest problem in the culture. They violate this constantly. They celebrate this. They celebrate this. You know, most conservatives, they focus on the homosexuality aspect, and that's fine. But this, to me, is much bigger of a problem. This is a political movement. This is a complete restructuring of human economic activity that's going to cause the deaths of millions of people. Now, and the only upside is that they're the ones that get killed. The communists are the first ones to get killed under communism. Every time. The strongest, most ardent, strident, whatever, supporters, when the new regime comes in, they're the first ones to get killed. Every time. Every time. And it's because they're violating this commandment. And as a matter of fact, I got one more thing to show you here. As a matter of fact, this is where it gets deep. So this chapter right here is about government. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. That means the government. Because there's no power but of God. That means the only power that exists is that God allows. The powers that be are ordained of God. That means every government in the world exists because God has that government there. That's what that means. Now, why? It says the rulers are a terror to the evil. Now, I'm a little skeptical of that, but whatever. Whatever. But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he beareth not the sword in vain. For he is a minister of God, a revenger, to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. So what God is saying here, or what Paul is saying, is that government exists to punish evil. They're doing God's will. So that means that when you have a communistic system that is built upon, when you have a communistic system that is built upon breaking this commandment that thou shalt not covet, and you want the blood of billionaires to spill in the streets, even though Solomon was never once condemned for that, then when the government that you want does come into power, the communistic government, guess what happens? The sword is going to be born against you, and the wrath of God is going to be executed upon you. That's what communism is. The millionaires and billionaires, they either flee or, okay, you execute them, fine. You're next. You're next upon the chopping block. Wrath is coming upon you. You know how many hundreds of millions of people have died under communism? This is why. God is punishing people for their sins. Now, what were the sins that the millions of... everybody's a sinner. So, I mean, I can't point and pick and choose, that country did this and that person... I don't know. All I know is this says the governments exist at the power of God, and they exist to bear the sword and execute God's wrath. So the only thing I can conclude is that communism is the wrath of God. Now, why would God execute wrath in that way? Why would he allow for hundreds of millions of people to be executed? Well, what is the execution of his wrath? He's wrathful at people who are evil. Right? Look. The government exists as a minister of God, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. So the government exists to punish the people who do evil with God's wrath. So what was God mad about that the communist countries did? Why did God kill the hundreds of millions of people under communism under his wrath? Could be that, right? A breaking of that commandment. Thou shalt not covet. Why would God have covetousness as a command? Because if you covet, then you start to murder people. And when you start to murder people, someone's going to kill you. The punishment for death, for killing someone, is to die yourself. Therefore, when you are covetousness and you want to kill people who have more than you, then when you get the government system that you want, when it turns on you, what is happening is that the minister of God who bears the sword is seeking the revenge of God and executing wrath upon those who coveted. So the whole communistic system is the wrath of God to execute those who are covetous. That's the way it is. And listen, envy's a hard thing to break. It's a hard thing to break. But that's what economic education is for. That's what it's supposed to do, is to teach you why you shouldn't envy and what the actual way things work is. There's a lot of people who spend a lot of time talking about it, debunking each other, the cream rises to the top. But if all you see is envy, then you're never going to you're never going to you're going to end up in the gulag, and you'll never be successful. So well, the Mariners are coming back. Yankees are up. That's awesome. That's good. And the Orioles are still down. So I need the Orioles to come back, the Yankees to hold. I need the Mariners to come back. They did, but then they lost the lead. Reds are tied with the Diamondbacks. That's good. The Tigers. Oh man, the Tigers are down. That's going to be the one to blow it for me. I had the Tigers. That's going to be the one to blow it for me right there. Rip parlay. Rip the old parlay. Why in the hell did I pick the Tigers? The spread lied to me, dude. They're 29 and 41. Now I'm pissed. The spread lied. Damn it. Man, the Tigers ain't coming back. Whatever. one more 3-minute ad for Twitch, and then I'm calling it. All right, 10 seconds, I'm calling it. Live again Monday, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.